Good morning, everyone. Welcome on this Monday, April 7th, 2025. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Linda, and today we are going to get into it. So, today marks a day that we've waited a long time for. It's Charles Vallow, I guess Lori Vallow Daybell's case in the Charles Vallow case. So, I'm so very happy I saw you guys and I'm seeing you comment before the actual show started. And it is so nice to see so many familiar faces. And I see everyone going, oh my gosh, we get to do this all together. So I wouldn't have it any other way. Today, we are going to get into opening statements. And as you know, most of you guys know, Lori Vallow Daybell is facing charges of conspiring to commit first-degree murder in connection with the death of her estranged husband, Charles Vallow, who was fatally shot by her brother, Alex Cox, on July 11th, 2019. I can't believe it's been that long. It's going on 6 years, and that's really strange to me. But we've been doing it all together, and I tried to look a little earlier to see just how many videos I've done on the case. I think I'm around 300. I think it's around 300, maybe even 400 on the case, something like that. I'm so excited to see you guys. Okay. What's interesting too is this morning I went to go set up some things. And usually this rotates, right? But when I walked in, Charles was already on there. And you know, if you guys have been watching me for some time, it's so strange. Like the weirdest things happen. So I'm keeping Charles on there instead of rotating his picture, and it'll be justice for Charles. Now, today, we are going to chit chat for a little bit. And then trial doesn't actually start, well, officially it starts in 10 minutes or 12 minutes. However, we have a 30-minute delay. So it's really not going to start until 12 o'clock here, which is 11 o'clock, I should say, Arizona time. So if you're wondering what the heck I'm talking about by noon, I'm in Mountain Time, just like East Idaho News is. And we have to work our clocks an hour back. So it'll be another 40 minutes. But I thought we can take this time, have a little chit chat, catch up, talk about the case, talk about what's happening today, and then what's going to happen moving forward. So, just as a recap, on the morning of July 11th, 2019, Charles Vallow arrived at Lori's residence in Chandler, Arizona to pick up their son, JJ Vallow. And Charles had he moved to Texas. They had split up and he was coming into town. He was going to be looking for an apartment. He showed up early in the morning at Lori's house. And then there was an alleged confrontation that ensued between Charles and Alex Cox, who's Lori's brother, and it resulted into Charles being shot and killed. And in fact, Charles was shot and killed, but also it was proven that Alex Cox shot Charles in the chest as he was lying on the ground. And Alex claimed that it was self-defense, stating that Charles attacked him with a bat, which we saw the little boo-boo on Alex's head, and we're calling BS. And then notable that there was a 43-minute delay before Alex Cox called 911 after the shooting, and no CPR was performed on Charles. That also was proven. Now, following that incident, or following that murder, Lori left the scene to take JJ to school, and her daughter, also Tylee Ryan, who's also deceased, aka murdered by Lori and Chad and Alex, and JJ as well. They left that morning, and Lori stole Charles' rental car along with his phone and drove to first Burger King to order breakfast for JJ, and then going to get flip-flops from a Walgreens. And then we saw her come back. She's smirking as she normally does and was thinking that she's $1 million richer, except for Charles knew something was going on, said something's not right. If something happens, look at Lori. And Lori thought she was going to be $1 million richer with the insurance policy, but that never ended up happening because Charles said, you know what, something's not right. I'm going to give it to my sister Kay so she could take care of JJ later. Now, I've gathered since the 144,000, if people are wondering and you're new here, 144,000 has been a jab at Lori for the last 5 years. And when I started in November 19, we didn't really know what was going on. I started covering the case in spring, and I hit 144,000 subscribers before Lori hit her 144,000 gathering for the second coming of Christ. So we've been bringing the snark for several years, and everyone's here for it, right? We're here for the snark. We're going to be snarking together. So now Lori comes back. She thinks she's $1 million richer. Later that day, Chad Daybell, who's Lori's fifth husband, decides to phone the mortuary and ask about a ballpark figure and how much it cost to ship Charles's cremains to Louisiana. So we hear that, and Charles was a baseball player, and there was a bat involved that morning, and Chad phones the crematorium and says, I would like a ballpark figure. It's Chad Daybell calling, and it's just like the most juvenile thing ever, but that's Chad. And so we have that. Now, we have Lori this morning. Actually, one more thing. Pool party. The pool party also allegedly happens that day. And Lori lies to her children what happened, or I should say Colby Ryan, her eldest son, as to what happened to Charles. And Lori just lies. So who knows when Lori's actually telling the truth, other than she thinks she's all $1 million, all this. So we have that. Now, so Lori today is chosen to represent herself in this trial, stating that, she can do it. And to be fair, she's had quite a few years to prepare. Really, she's been in prison for quite some time from being convicted of murder of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy Daybell. So she thinks she can do it. I think she thinks, like, give it to me, I'll do it, because nobody else can do it. But it's pretty daunting, right, to be able to do that, especially in the case of this magnitude. So we'll see what it's going to be like. It's going to be interesting to see how she manages it. I don't know if she's going to crumble or not. Like, tell me what you guys think. Yeah, David, it's so good to see you. The pool party wasn't alleged. We know that happened. Yeah. The neighbors talked about it. You're right. It's not alleged. A little rusty. So it should be interesting how Lori shows up. She has to wear a stun belt. So if anything goes down, we get to see a little zap. And I normally wouldn't smile about that, but you know how I feel about Lori Daybell. And you all feel the same, so we're going to have to watch. People are saying she's not going to crumble. It's so good to see you guys too. I'm so happy to be live streaming with you. Last year, we did the Chad Daybell case. I can't remember how many weeks that was. That might have been 4 or 5 weeks. This is supposed to be 6, and we're looking at up to 6 weeks, which is May 9th. And luckily, also, there won't be court on Fridays, which is really good because this Friday is my birthday, and it's also Gannon Stokes' mom's birthday, Landon, as we know, so we share that. And interestingly, this is the same week that Chad Daybell's trial started. I said the word crumble, and I'm seeing people going, crumble? I see you're having a 5-year-old temper tantrum. I'm here for it because I never thought I would say this, but I'm kind of sad that John Pryor won't be on the case. We had some entertainment in a very dark trial. We had some entertainment by John Pryor. And if for those of you who didn't watch, we watched John Pryor, who's the defense attorney for Chad Daybell, say things like lupidity instead of lividity. He was talking about medical terminology that he shouldn't have been because he didn't know what he's talking about. And he always went, okay. So there was been some amazing things, but so okay, so where are we at? Yes, opening statements. So we're gonna see what's gonna go down today and Lori's opening statements. I really can't wait for this. I feel like with her clown makeup, whatever she's done to bleach her hair possibly today, and her stun belt, um, I'm pretty much sure she's going to come walking out like she's in a pageant, as she normally does. But opening statements, they'll provide each side an opportunity to outline the case to the jury, and they'll present a roadmap of evidence and that they intend to introduce. So it's important to note, like this is basically a movie trailer, so to speak. Hopefully hers is a little bit of a hot mess, or a lot of a hot mess. I would love to see that. Lori is a mess. Now, the cameras are in the courtroom, yes. So we're going to be able to live stream it. It's still going to be about a half an hour from now. It's going to be able to live stream. They needed to have, the judge said, no, we need a 30-minute delay. So there'll be a 30-minute delay. They're going to start hopefully in 3 minutes. The thing is if they're late, then we're late starting. I don't know how long it's going to be today. Sometimes opening statements are very long and sometimes they're not. It just depends. I think Lori, tell me what you guys think in here, but I think Lori will take every opportunity to stretch as much as she can to state her case, so to speak. We need a zap. Okay, I was going to ask you guys what kind of emoji do you want, but I think we can. Now, if you have the emojis that I created, feel free to put it in and share it in the chat, because we can have Lori's clown face. I made quite a few in the past. I'm so glad to see you guys. Would be funny to see her dance. Yeah, she has done that, hasn't she? And I do have popcorn. She's going to make a show of herself, and I'm here for it. We all are. I am back, yes. Okay, so we have her introducing herself. She has a stun belt. We have Justin Lum there from Fox News. We have Nate Eaton from East Idaho News. Now, this is interesting. What I read about the jury consists of 13 men and 3 women. So I find this interesting as to the imbalance. And I can't help but think about when we rewind time, we saw police officers smitten with Lori. We saw many people smitten with Lori, men and women, really, even though she's a master manipulator. And I can't help but think that she is going to play the heck out of this and try to manipulate those men on the jury. I think she's going to be flirty. I think she's going to be her giggles and her batting of the eyelashes and whatnot. I wish I had some time this weekend that I was able to pull some pictures and video. I'll tell you in a minute about this weekend, and but this is good too. I've heard people say to give the remote of the zap belt to Kay. Kay Woodcock is, of course, Charles's sister. I think she will babble before she explodes and crumble. Jeanette says she's a psychopath. She won't do anything to interfere with the show. This is going to be interesting. Okay, I'm reading some questions just in case here. Thank you, Chilling in Space. Great to see you too. Thank you for the super chat. Oh yeah, I like this one. Happy 30th birthday. Yeah, I'll take 30. Thank you. Happy birthday, okay? I always think of you when we say that. That was a great time last year. We got to see it all together. Yeah, 13 men on the jury and 3 women. Now, one of the other things that I was thinking about And I pulled it up this morning, although I could have probably gotten a better printout of what I was looking at. So I was thinking about the halo effect. And the halo effect, maybe you've heard of it, maybe you haven't. It's the cognitive bias where the overall impression of a person influences their, I guess, perception of guilty, not guilty in court. And so, how do I word this? Sometimes when the defendants are more attractive, that sometimes they could be perceived as less guilty. And it's a thing. Now, we've already seen her be convicted before for the murders of her children and her fifth husband's wife. But I believe in Lori's, hers was pretty balanced in gender. I know Chad's was, but I just find it interesting. And I mean, women can be that way too towards men and women and women and men and men. But I wish it was in the courtroom for jury selection. We didn't get to see that. Whereas last year in Chad Daybell, we were able to be in it every day during jury selection, although not being able to see the jurors. I'm so glad to see you guys. We have 1,140 people joining us today, and during the trial, we might have a bigger family hanging out, and I appreciate every single one of you for joining me today. So we have another half an hour. I thought my chitter chatter would take longer than it did, but we have another half an hour to go. So let's see. Oh, Matt's here. Hi. So nice to see you. You ready for another trial? For those of you who don't know, Matt is that hopefully you're okay, Matt, that I say this, but Matt's was the neighbor of Chad Daybell. We'll just leave it at that because I don't want to get into too much, but it's so good to see you. And you're welcome to come on to the show if you'd like, and Regan if you'd like. And Lolo's going solo. Did you guys see my video the other day? I shouldn't say the other day, but it might have been 2 weeks ago. Lolo's going solo. What else? Okay, so the next 6 weeks, I do plan on doing the coverage. We're talking today till May 9th if it goes that far. I know in one of the court hearings, they said they thought it would estimate for 3 weeks, but because Lori's representing herself, they feel like it's going to be up to 6 weeks. And then Lori was throwing a fit about Brandon Boudreau, who was her, I guess, who's her ex-nephew-in-law, who she's charged with attempted murder on Brandon Boudreau. So I read that it's going to be June 2nd that they're going to start that trial. That I don't think is going to be very long. Brandon Boudreau survived, and I don't think it'll be that long. But who knows how long? Don't know. So I will cover it for the next however many weeks. However, there's a little bit of a caveat. On the weekend, I had an emergency and had to go out of town to see my father because he's not doing well. So if something happens, then I might have to figure out a way to live stream, or I might need a couple days, or whatever it is. So that's the heads up where we're at. And it's been a roller coaster. And I think for those of you who've been with me for a long, long time, you guys kind of know that there's been some wonky things up and down. But I'm here. And the only thing for today, I will have to zip to go get my son at one point, but I'll just keep the live streaming going and come back and we continue as normal. So that's how we've done it before in the past. And we'll keep going. Pixie Dust says, We are glad to see you back. Let's get into it. Thank you. Thanks for the super chat. Ramblin' Room says she thinks she's going to win those men over and they're just going to see her for who she really is and do right by Charles. Yeah. Now, a lot of people have been saying, why do another trial? But there's justice for Charles. Yes, she's already in prison. She's already serving a life sentence. But it's his turn. And Lori had been married to Charles for about 15 years, or together for 15 years, married for 13, up in that number. And the little disregard, that's even a minor word, but for someone who's been in your life for 15 years to just not give a you know what, and smirk and smile after it was done thinking she was getting the money. I mean, how evil and maniacal can you be? No care in the world as long as she's with Chad Daybell, who is, I guess, extremely lower in the type of man. Charles was a man. Chad Daybell's a child. He's a man-child. Let's be honest. Charles was not. Nate is no longer on the witness list. Good. Nate was amazing and is amazing still to cover it. But I loved the very first time I saw Nate Eaton from East Idaho News walk up to Lori with the microphones like, where are the children? Where are the children? And do you remember the cupcakes that were made? The orange cupcakes? I think I have that as emoji as well. Poll question. How long before Lori gets an objection during the first cross-examination? I say the second question. Objection, Your Honor. All day. I would like to hear the fishing expedition words. I do wish John Breyer was here. But I think Lori's going to be her own kind of drama. Oh, Maui girl, thank you for being here and thank you for modding. I appreciate you as always. You do have to be 1/6 SOB. You know what the interesting thing too is? These are only the victims we know about with Lori. She's been a manipulator for a long time. You don't just get there. Welcome back. Original 144,000. Yes, Flypaper Lida. I don't know if you guys ever saw that. A lot of you have. I'll see if I can pull it up. Look how much Lori looks like Flypaper Lida. Flypaper Lida also was from Idaho. And I think she was, yeah. And she was the first female serial killer. And when you look at it, you have to see a resemblance. For me, I can see it. Even the turned down mouth, the nose, the eyes, even the hair. If you flip Lori's hair on the other side, it curls the same way. And Flypaper Lida got married. She had a baby. And she lived with the brother-in-law as well. Well, the brother-in-law died. Then the husband died. And then the daughter died. And what Flypaper Lida used to do is she would marry again. So her first husband and the brother-in-law died. The daughter died. She was collecting insurance. She'd go find another man. He'd die. And she'd collect the insurance. And she started doing this second time, third time. I think it was the third time where one of the sheriffs is like, I'm going to go look into this because something's not right. And there was even witnesses that she was laughing at his grave, the third or fourth husband. Lyda ended up marrying, I think, she had 7 husbands. Although the 7th one, I don't think she actually married, but the 6th one, they don't even know where he is. Like, he disappeared without a trace and is never heard from again. And she ended up going to jail. She ended up going to prison. She actually broke out of prison. They caught her, but she was like Lori. She knew how to somehow reel these men in. And it's almost exactly the way the story goes. It's just over and over in the manipulation. And you gotta wonder, it just kept going. And what she would do is she'd have, back in the day, fly paper had arsenic in it. So she would boil the fly paper and she would put it in her, apple pies or whatever. She would make dinner for the husband. They'd eat it. And this third husband, he got sick, but he also had like a guest over for dinner, or it might have been a farmhand. And it's been a little hard to remember. I'm just getting a little bit older. But she would do that and they would get sick and then they would die. And so they started looking into it and they ended up finding arsenic. And in court, they even back then, this would have been the 1800s, and they would pass around a jar of like the husband's organs in the jar. And she was making all kinds of remarks. And she got to speak there too. I don't think she represented herself, but I remember her speaking. And she just was like, whatever, show me all the jars of this stuff. I don't care. And she ended up getting out of prison the second time. And she was really good at sales, they said, because she was selling some stuff, like craft stuff or something in prison. It's very, very interesting. Very interesting. So when I see Flypaper Lyda compared to Lori, it literally, and Flypaper Lyda got arrested in Hawaii just like Lori did. We have about 15 minutes if they're on time. So I'm going to check. I'm just going to double check here. I am watching. I have it queued up as much as possible. Okay, I'm just going to.
If you just discovered your baby hair, you
no ads.
Might not know how much.
I can't play ads in here or it's going to stop my stuff. So hang on, guys. Okay. So what I'm going to do is we're going to queue up the live stream, but it's not playing yet. And then when it comes time, we'll just pull it in. There we go. We'll just double check here. There, see? Boom. There. Okay, so we're still talking. We're still in it to win it. I'm so happy to be back. Seems like years ago. I know. It was a year this week. I put in a comment section that if I had a hold her zap thing, I would abuse the heck out of it, and I'm not sorry about it. She is not going to be in prison garb, no. She'll get to wear whatever she wants. I am doing okay, thank you. It's been a little bit of an up and down, but it'll be okay. I'm very happy to be with you guys. Okay, I'm catching up to all your guys' comments because I yap a lot, as you know. Thank you. I'm a little bit behind. We're still talking about the halo effect or the pretty privilege here as I'm going through. Thank you. Thank you. I've put out a couple of videos, but I am feeling a lot better in a lot of ways, other than the news of my dad. But I'm doing my best to take care of myself, and I'm balancing, so I'm not doing 16 hours a day as you guys used to see me do. And I think that's very important. I've learned a lot in the past few months as I took a little break, and um, a lot of valuable things for myself and for, you know, my work and all that. But I miss you guys all the time. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Charles does deserve his day. He's getting it. Oh, thank you for gifting It's a Crime memberships. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm happy to hear myself laugh again too, but thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, neighbors. I should have got my sunglasses out today. Hi, neighbors. Sorry. Thank you, old Grizz. I meant to say thank you. If I forget it, just a little bit wonky. It's hard to focus a little bit today. I'm going to be real about it. It's hard to focus, but I'm kind of waiting for my sister to message me and keep me posted on my dad. He's still in the hospital. He totally looks like Peter Griffin, Chad. Nice to see you back, Linda. We go no storm insight or raccoons on jury. Yeah, I don't want to hear about the storm anymore, do you? Ugh, Chad's so gross. Hi, Cindy. I'm happy we're doing this too. We have 1,311 people hanging out. We have it queued up. I'm going to double check every once in a while just to make sure that it's at that live point, which it looks like it is. Sometimes it goes wonky. Yes, Lori canceling Charles's plane ticket, stealing his truck, moving all his stuff out of the house, and all this stuff like that is not going to play well to 13 male jurors. Is a good point if they bring that up. She stole money out of Charles's business account. He needed to pay for payroll, and she stole his truck. She stole everything in the house, or took everything out of the house and got rid of it, right down to his underwear and the dog's dog collar. So, people have patterns. I've always been saying this. And this is Lori's pattern from forever, is how much she manipulates. And she thinks she can win men over, which she has. And even Charles was pretty dang good to her from what I've known over the years and learned. And she just doesn't care. It's all about Lori and what she wants. And she just doesn't care. So hopefully the jurors, I'm sure the jurors are going to see through that. But again, we've seen police officers look at Lori and go like, okay, whatever. It's okay. Can't wait to hear her asking questions. What are your guys' predictions? Tell me your predictions, what you think Lori's going to be like in court. And let's have a little discussion about this. I missed you too. Thank you, Kathleen. Love you too. We're so happy to see you guys. I was surprised to see for court that there wasn't very many seats available. There was a lot in Chad's, wasn't there? Quite a few people. Dog Defender says, so awesome to see you. Nothing like you versus Lori Vallow. No way could I not be here to get into this with you. Thank you. I hope he feels better soon. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure at this point. But she did change her name. Flypaper Lied had changed her name twice, I think it was. Flypaper Lori. Christy says, I'd love more old-timey serial killer videos for you. Flypaper Lido was such an awesome video. I was fascinated by that case. First, she was the first serial killer, and then the way she did it was just so nonchalant and calculated, like, whatever. No Jolly Rancher lipstick today. Okay, we have about maybe 6 minutes if they started on time. If they didn't start on time, we got to wait that 30. You guys are seeing the emojis? Hi, Brenda. Hi to you all. Welcome, welcome. So if there's some new people coming in, we're going to start streaming in about 5 minutes. Also for the new people, we do chat about the trial, we hang out during breaks, we follow it right to the end. I've been doing this case for 5 years. 5 years now, which is crazy. I think maybe it's even 400 videos. I think I've done 6 something now. It's probably 300-400 videos on the case. Lots to talk about, Lori. There's still so much information. I probably could do another 1 to 200 on her. The trial's going to be spicy. I hope so. I saw that even in the court hearings. I missed one of them, but I watched one of them where she was getting riled up and she was quite snarky. So I'm looking forward to seeing her snarky. I think that's not going to be good for her, but I want her to do it, obviously. I already know. I mean, I think we all know that she's going to be or we hope. She's going to be convicted for Charles. Happy to see you too. Yeah. Oh, waiting on jury who hasn't shown up yet. Okay, maybe I should pull up the tweets too. Oh, Amanda says, I hope she's wearing a pink Elle Woods outfit for court. Imagine. That would not surprise me, honestly. But wait, is she gonna wear baby blue? Okay, bets. Who says baby blue? I think she's wearing baby blue today. She's gonna bring that out in her color. It's baby blue. We all need mental health breaks. You're absolutely right. Lynn says, I think her niece Melanie should be charged as an accessory for Brandon attempted murder. She was the only one who knew his new address. Oh, there was a lot of that. Melanice is not innocent. We all are allowed to be petty against Lori. Yes. I can't wait for it either. Thanks, Sandra. I miss you guys too. The band is back together. Well, there's going to be some good stuff with Lori. I will not forget Joseph Ryan. I have a series, maybe one or two on him as well. And it begins. Cinderella. You guys are funny. Yes, Charles. Wait, he's blocked now, isn't he? Come on out, Charles. The weirdest things happen over the years too. Whenever I would edit videos on Charles, there'd be some weird like zipper sounds in the editing and like just really weird stuff. We definitely don't ignore Joseph Ryan. I've done a lot of videos talking about him, maybe not always a dedicated video. And I also had his sister Annie on, and we've talked about that. The problem is they don't have enough on that, and they don't think that she was involved. But I don't know. In my heart, I was like, yeah, right. That's her pattern. Thank you for sharing your story, and thank you for coming back to us. Thank you. Yeah, not easy. It wasn't easy to share it, but I felt like I needed to. Oh, okay. Let's see what's going on. Hang on, guys. They're gearing up. Yeah, there's a 30-minute camera delay. Missed you too. And then just remember, once I start playing, sometimes when there's a break, I'll come back and talk. Just remind me if you can't hear me, because sometimes I forget to put the unmute. John, nice to see you. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is going to be rough too. I agree with you. That takes a lot to watch, to have to sit there and look at Lori ask questions like she's innocent. You know what I mean? Like just You're so sweet. I probably will fall off my chair. I had to change last year with Chad Daybell. It was a lot to sit in a chair for how many hours a day, and I ended up doing to an exercise ball. Why is it starting so late in the day? I'm not sure. And I don't know how long it's going to be. Opening statements can be long, depends or not. Depends on what they want to say. So maybe it will be a short day today and then maybe full tomorrow. The weird thing is I guess because I'm in Mountain Time and that they're in Pacific, so be a little bit later in the day to finish, but we're here for it. Okay, let's see where we at. They're still getting it all figured out. No sound yet, guys. Oh, she's wearing black today.
Individually about whether it's really him versus his employer, and offer to write a letter if he needs one to his employer about the requirements of jury service, and just sort of feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep him on for right now. Please silence all phones. As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will proceed into the opening statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreau, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently. He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed. He is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation from when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
There's several things, but he will be called to talk about things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness? Or potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk about things means, so I would like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
He has to have relevant information, which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely that's an issue in the case. So what fact would he testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance. Can you give me some idea of the relevant information that he would provide to the jury that would help them make a decision?
without giving away my entire defense?
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that, you know, are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, you know, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Bardreau, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's go on sidebar.
We're 5 minutes in and we're already sidebarring. Oh, Lori has lied in her next probation. I'm hungry. It's healthy snacks. I don't have popcorn yet. I agree. This is going to be a long trial. I don't even think we're 3 minutes in, are we? What are they doing? They hooking up her stun belt? Yeah, she brought the baby voice. I don't know, Your Honor. Okay, this is gonna be good, you guys. It's gonna be a great 6 weeks. I'm here for it. Are you here for it? Just put let's get into it in the comments. I don't want to give my whole defense away. Okay. Well, I guess we could talk a little bit more. What else have everybody said in here? This is going to be long and painful. Either that or it's going to be really good watching her squirm. It'd be like when she says with my husband, which husband? Which one? Number 5? Number 4? Number 3? Number 2? Number 1? How many? How many are dead? Yes, slow mode on the chat. Good thing. Let's do that. Give me a sec, guys, because it'll be helpful, and I will regulate the slow mode. That should help. Let me know if you need any more. Oh, Lori said, what should I do? Do you guys want me to read some of those tweets? I can, if you want, if that helps. Well, I try. 5 years of Lolo. I wonder, do you think she's going, oh my gosh, she probably thought in her mind, she's doing affirmations about how good she's going to be. And then this morning she's going, uh, uh. What is it, Lori? Spit it out. Love this, you guys. Nate says the white noise is really loud. Question, Linda, do you think she's going to be snappy with the judge? Yes. She's already brought snark. I did a clip in one of my videos a couple weeks ago and pointed out her snark, of course, but it was almost like a teenager. The way she ended the sentence was like, yeah, and it was just, I can't remember what she was talking about, but I did a clip of that. I might even be able to pull it because I put the clip in when I was editing. Our band name should be Team Mini Bar. Read the tweets. Read it. Yes, read it. Maybe. What would you guys want me to write a book on? The case? Is it possible you can turn the court audio? I have it up as much as possible. They might adjust it accordingly. If people are complaining that it's not loud enough. Not not exactly legally blonde, eh, Lori? Oh, I have an idea. Charles's siblings is in the courtroom. That's awesome. I loved when I saw. Oh, Charles is to the. Okay, let's see if we have him here. It's hard with my light to see him. Okay, buddy, where are you? There. There we go. Let me just think here. We're at a sidebar right now. I should probably update it here. Sidebar, since Lori doesn't know what she's talking about. There. Does this help if I just keep everybody updated? There we go. Let me see if I can pull this for Nate. Sorry, guys, one sec. Well, for some reason, mine's not working. Why is that? I'm not pulling anything up. Oh. Pearl's Dream says, so this is how it's going to go. 3 minutes trial, then sidebar. Possibly. Hi, Kathy. Lori tried to get Brandon removed from the courtroom. Judge struck him as a witness unless Lori can bring forth he had relevant information. Nice to see you too. I feel sorry for the prosecutor. She must have the patience of a saint. It's going to be long. Could you imagine? It's supposed to be only 3 weeks, and now they're going, it's going to be 6 weeks of Lori not having a clue. But I think Lori does do some of her homework to give her, I don't want to give her credit, but you know. Thank you, Carla. Nice to see you again. What? Did you hear Lori say she's teaching the lolly workout through the walls? Oh, man. Okay. No, opening statements have not started. We already had a sidebar because Lori has a problem with Brandon Boudreau being in the courtroom. So there's a sidebar. I wish there was another way to pin some comments, but I'm going to make a little bit of a, maybe a picture that I could post here to tell us we're at sidebar. How about that? That might be better for the week so we can all figure that out and know what's going on. You're welcome. I'm so happy to stream it with you guys. We got to do this together. I can't do it. I can't do it alone. Oh, looks like they're coming back. Okay. Yeah, court is boring without buddies. We could do it together. We could see justice for Charles. We could see Lori go down. We can get, I love the glares that Kay gave Lori. Like that first time that she appeared in court and she was smiling. What are you smiling about? For lupidity's sake, get on with it. We're trying. We're trying. Okay. We haven't even hit opening statements. We haven't hit pretty much anything, just basically sidebar. And no John Pryor. Laura says, John Pryor was absolutely annoying, but he was also funny and quite entertaining, even though half the time I wanted to punch him. That kind of sums it up. He had a lot of mistakes in how he worded it, which is very interesting. I wouldn't think he would. I almost felt like he was doing it purposely, but. And the red tie. The okay guy was John Pryor. Remember? You know, speaking of shock, I got to tell you this. So, my ex-husband is on the TAC team, and one of the things they had to do was shock themselves. They had to get shocked. And I said, I would love to see that. uh, this makes me think of Lori and her stun belt. Just like, can we just try just a little bit just to see if it works? Quite honestly, Judge, that too. Yes, if you could take a little moment to hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. And if you are enjoying the stream, then give the like. If you also want to share it, you can share it and let your friends know that, hey, Linda will be streaming and we will be bringing all the snark to the table. Just a little bit of a test. Okay, we're still checking. We're still waiting on it. For those of you who are wondering, we're in the sidebar. I'll have to plan a couple things for when there's sidebars. We could chat about some various parts of the case. Brandon Boudreau's his trial will be on June 2nd, is when they scheduled it. Lori was not happy because of, you know, her rights. And she was snarky to the judge, and the judge is like, well, you can't do two court cases in the same day, so we'll have to figure that out for speedy rights, I should say. And so they're doing it for June 2nd. Lori and Brandon Boudreau share the same birthday, except different ages. So I wonder what Melanie Pulowski is thinking about all this. Lolo's birthday is the end of June. I feel like it's the 26th. I did a video how weird it was, the pattern of the dates of their birthday and when they died. It was weird. It was weird because I always try, like when I do the cases and I break down the information, things kind of start to come and go, wait a minute, why is that a pattern? What the heck is that? And I started looking at the dates that they died and the dates they were born, and there was a pattern to it. There was a factor of the girls and factor of the guys. That was weird. She's getting another trial because it's for the murder of Charles Vallow now. Yeah, no kidding. Victoria says at this rate, Lori's trial won't even be done by June 2nd. Where you guys? Yeah, everybody can put where they're from. That'd be fun while we're waiting. Indiana. Jeanette says, it feels like a bunch of old friends getting together for a good catch up. I've really, really missed you guys. So good to be back together. Now let's watch this heifer go down. Maybe in my other life, I guess. My family always, my sisters and stuff always say, "Oh man, you should have became that lawyer." Nobody would get away with anything. Iowa, UK, Alabama. Joe, you got to tell me what that is. Oklahoma City, is that what it is? OKC? I don't know. Massachusetts, Tennessee, New Orleans, East Tennessee, Ohio, Austin, Texas, Colorado, Boise, Idaho, Oklahoma, Seattle, Kentucky, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Washington, little town in Arkansas. Oh my gosh. F3 tornado. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. When did that happen? Missouri, California, Arkansas. Sidebar was over about 5 minutes ago, not allowing arguments of witnesses. They won't allow anything other than opening statements. Okay, let's get to it. Let's get into it. New Jersey, Las Vegas, California, Wisconsin, Utah, Missouri. Oh my gosh, you guys. Massachusetts, Colorado, Oklahoma. Anybody from Canada here? Spain, Utah, north of Boston, Idaho, Greece, Ontario. There we go. Canadian, Utah, Ohio, Minnesota, Texas, Orlando, Florida, England, Virginia, Florida, UK, Melbourne, UK, upstate New York, California, Texas, Virginia, Texas, Missouri. Look at you guys all over the place. South Africa, Utah, Upper Michigan, now Washington, New York, Wisconsin. That's amazing. San Antonio, Boston, Oklahoma. Everywhere. You guys make me smile. UK, Alabama, Arizona, Ontario, Canada, Gilbert, Arizona, Nebraska. Look at that. That's amazing. Scotland. Okay, why aren't they playing this now? I have nothing right now on here. Did he do a different one or what? No. Germany. Edmonton, another Canadian. That's only 3 hours from me. Utah, Illinois, Hungary. It's amazing. Connecticut, Washington, Arizona, UK. Have you said several lives too? Possibly. I don't know. Cambodia. Where is this, you guys? Why isn't it starting? The video on the birthdays. Let me think here. Do you guys remember the name of the video? I should. I feel like it was done 2 years ago this time, like around April a couple of years ago. Let me see if I can find it for you guys while we wait. I don't know why this isn't going. I get anxiety on it, why it's not playing. Okay. I'll get it for you guys and then we can figure it out. I think it's under the most important updates. or most important videos in the Daybell case. Okay, let's look it up. Because that's interesting. Maybe you guys can save that later to watch. I'm just looking up the playlist.
Do you owe?
Don't play that. Anyway, I can't find it. I'll find it for you guys later and I'll put it below. I just can't remember what I called it. Okay, I'm going to put this on again about waiting for opening statements. There. Oh, here we go. Okay, I found it. That's the video. I believe it's the video. And when I did it, we didn't know what we know now. So I was putting it together that it was premeditated. And I showed near the end of the video why I believed it was premeditated. This is before a lot of things happened. I think Lori might have just been arrested, but we didn't know anything else after that. Kim says Nate Eaton is tweeting it already started. I guess it started earlier, yes, but we are on break because we're waiting for, there was a sidebar. And it looks like it's still live, so unless he did something else. Yeah, still waiting. Interlocution, nice to see you. Outside of Phoenix in the Santan Valley, Arizona here. Couldn't get time off work, so I couldn't watch this anywhere except here with Linda. Nice to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, that's where, I believe that's where Alex Cox used to live too, is the Santan Valley, right? I know it's a 30-minute delay, but they were on a sidebar, which we watched. A lot of people from Arizona, which is awesome, Louisiana. Yes, good point. 30-minute delay. People need to remember tweets will be 30 minutes ahead. So we will wait. It was like, how many minutes do you guys think? It was 3 minutes this morning that we saw that Lori had a problem with Brandon Boudreaux. That's chit chat. Okay, so what else can we talk about? There's lots to talk about. It's just what we want to choose to talk about. And Lori wasn't wearing baby blue, unless her shirt is or something's baby blue. I have to do like the sit and be fit. Maybe I could do the lolly time workout while I'm sitting here watching Lori. We are, okay, so somebody said it hasn't started yet and we're 1 hour. Well, it started at noon Mountain, 11, right? 11 o'clock. Yeah, 11 o'clock that. And then we had to wait. So she was dressed like the man in black. Somebody else said that was like Lida, flypaper Lida black. Faith says, I want to talk about whomever did her prison ink eyebrows drew outside the lines on the right one. Dawn says, I always thought that Lori took the second shot. Hopefully she will mess up and spill it. Yeah, maybe. Wouldn't that be nice if she screws up and says it and admits to that? Oh, Brenda says, opening statement started 27 minutes ago. Okay, maybe we have 3 more minutes to go then. How old did Lida live? I think she was... Ooh. Let's look. I take in so much information that it takes a while. And actually, in prison, the prison warden used to take the prisoners to like the movies, and he would take them out. So she killed between 1915 and 1920. There was a 5-year span. She was born in 1892 and she died in 1958. So she was in her 60s. Thank you, Lisa. Well, it's so interesting. Like it's fascinating to see their behavior because even like we knew when Letitia Stout was going to court that she was her behavior was like a child, like a teenager, a bratty teenager, flipping the bird in cameras. There was a lot that she was doing. It's fascinating how they represent themselves, how they think that it's okay or not okay. And then watching Lori here thinking she can do her best and do a better job than an actual lawyer. And I can see how she thinks that because her last trial wasn't what she wanted and up to her standards. So she figures if they can hear her, in my opinion, if they can hear what she says, that she will get off. And
The defense can
oh,
produce
here we go.
text messages or some information to provide to the court that shows he does in fact have relevant information. He might be called as a witness, but so far the court can't find that Mr. Boudreau has any relevant information to this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreau struck again without prejudice from the witness list. He can remain in the courtroom. We're going to bring the jury in. The other matters that were raised by the defense we'll talk about at another time when the jury is not waiting.
Okay, so I guess we're back to waiting again. That first sidebar was quite some time. Karen says, Lori said her life is almost over at 51. My mother died last year. She was 101 years old, so 50 years more for Lori. I hope it is. I hope it's 50 long years for Lori. She's never getting out. Some people are coming in right now, not missing anything. We're still waiting for opening statements. Should be soon. Yeah, we should start timing the sidebars. You guys can't hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, you're good. Okay. You're good. Okay. Sometimes wait a minute because if I look like I'm muted, I might be just swearing at Lori and just don't want to curse. Okay, good. Lori's only a couple years older than I am. Okay, here we go. Let's see. They need to turn the volume on.
Testified to by a witness who has been sworn in and is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and later in closing arguments is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. The state can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you going to use, yeah, put a mic over there.
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS Church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark." Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn, question mark?" And Lori responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later." As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say, in response, that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You will learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy, and his wife, Lori Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything, photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing it. You'll learn that for years, Lori Vallow had an iCloud account that was loriforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan. But on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother. And Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. An intervention. In that text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, it's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. A few minutes after Lori had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lori, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles. Alex would stay close with his gun, and he and Lori would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lori and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, why don't you just tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her? Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles, she called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, a photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lori Vallow was up early and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud, but we have them from the phone records. Alex was already at Lori's house with his gun, and everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone. During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it. What we know is that Charles arrived at Lori's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam told Charles, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles told Adam, "What you do is up to you." Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. And in fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told them that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lori and Alex did. Charles went to the front door of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lori Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car. And then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her temple recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Vallow Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Vallow Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead. I want to tell you a little bit about the scene, this house, so you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room. It was empty, no furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed. This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart, and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen, and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward. Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lori left Charles's house, or left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car with his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head. Like he had been holding it, and when he was shot, it fell, it dropped, it rolled up against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is, Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You'll learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway and puts it into a room. Never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again, Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room. There's pooling of blood around Charles as he lay there on the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them, where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's on with 911, come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head. You will see at some point, Alex sits down, and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something, and you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see. those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player while grappling on the ground. He then pulls out a gun and shoots his brother, puts away this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, that on the wrong side. The lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical examiner will talk to you about the trajectory through Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground. That defect was located where Charles's left shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found the trajectory, the wounds, were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m., and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m., 47 minutes later. The police arrived at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't ask, why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Or is he okay? Instead, she comments about her neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew, she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lori told police that her daughter, Tylee, came out of the room during this screaming with a bat. That Charles took it away from Tylee, and Tylee fell on the ground. And she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? I can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enclan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lori and Alex went back to Alex's house in Santan. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori. July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they'd been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded and you will hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th between Lori and Alex when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles and Lori learned she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lori tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him, before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad, and she also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone, but as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her brother Alex Cox to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi, to kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder, money, and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away, people who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
All right. Will the defendant be giving an opening statement? Okay, because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm going to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury. Wait a minute. So it's going to be an hour from now. Is that what he said? He sounded like it was only 10 minutes. He said 1:20 to 1:30. Did I miss that? They'll probably break around an hour for lunch, even though we're behind. Um, 90-minute lunch. Oh my gosh. Is it? It's 12:30 there, 1:30 here. He said 1:30 come back? Is that what he said? Well, jury back at 1:20, court resumes at 1:30. So that's 2:30 my time. I wonder how long Lori's gonna go for, because I have to go pick up my son from school, which I'll be in chat. You just won't see me on camera, but I'll have it playing. I won't stop this. There's no stopping. Whether I'm in this room or not in this room, I'm not stopping. So you'll see me zip out. I'll be on the phone, like once I park, and I'll be on chat, pick up my son, come back, and then resume. "90-minute lunch break every day? Did I miss that? And not Fridays. There's no court on Fridays. Dang it, I was hoping they didn't do lunch so that we could all watch Lori right away. Eastern time, so an hour and a half from now. 2:33. That's like 4 or 5 o'clock. Mountain to Eastern is 2 hours. Mountain to Eastern. So many time zones. Yeah. So it's going to be a while. It's going to be August by the time it's done. Somebody asked, okay, 1 hour, 12:30 to 1:30. Yeah, so an hour from now. But then we're on a half an hour delay. Chili Chew says, I'm in Calgary. So am I. So am I. All right, well, we're here for it anyways. "10:30 to 12. Okay, Carrie has it. To noon. 1:39 to 4:30, which is not too bad because then it's done 5:30, but with the delay, then that'd be 6 o'clock. Plus delay. What I'll do too is I'll preload some of the live streams so that we have, you guys can mark it off for the notifications. I'll preset it like today, tomorrow, Thursday, and then you guys can have your notifications on and it's already set, so you don't have to go looking for it a couple minutes before or whatever, if you'd like to come back. And then we can watch that. And today we'll just hang out for a bit. I might go down, have a little bit to eat, and then come back. But we can chat a little bit right now about what you think about the prosecution's opening statements.
It's not crafty. It's your craft.
Hang on, guys. I gotta just fix this because the last time that happened, it was a day where I had to go pick up my son. And it played a full commercial, I think. And then what happened was they demonetized my entire stream for the day. And then I had to share in the monetization or something. It was crazy. So I don't want to get dinged for that. And I should be able to not do autoplay, I think. I don't know. I don't remember. All right. What do you guys think? Kathleen says Arizona doesn't do daylight savings as there same time as Pacific. Yes, but I'm mountain time. So I'm in at 1:38 right now where it's 12:38 in Arizona. What my thoughts are, I like the prosecutor. I believe it was her that a few weeks ago in the court hearing. I'm pretty sure that was her. She had some really great things to say, like basically some snark back at Lori, which is nice because they were talking about Tylee. I like how she laid it out. I think the beginning there needed to be a little bit more detail for the jurors, in my opinion. But I do like how she did the timeline. There's a couple things. I don't know. I think she did a pretty great job. I do like that I don't want to say she's similar looking to Lori, but I like that it's kind of like that because you have Lori and her. Not that it matters what she looks like. I just find it's reminiscent a little bit, and I like it. I don't know why. Oh, 50 minutes. Thank you, Faith. I'll get it figured out. Yeah, it's an hour lunch and it's 90 minutes with the delay. Yes. Okay. So, but you know me, I like the timelines. I think she laid it out pretty good. What is anything that's missing? I guess I feel like I would go a little bit more on some of her behavior. I feel like just a little bit more. I don't know. Let me marinate. Remember that? Marinate from Melanie's. I forgot about her. Yeah, you guys can still chat. Absolutely. I keep the stream going. So the only thing is I have to zip out, grab my son, and then come back. And then tomorrow I don't have to worry about that because my son's going to be with his dad. So I'll be here. So basically, just an hour from now. Technically, they're starting in a half an hour because we're the half-hour delay. And then in an hour from now, right? Too much Alex without connecting Lori in the opening statement. You make a good point. I would like a little more details in Lori and her behavior. But it is important to bring Alex in, of course. One juror, number 3, has been dismissed due to financial reasons. Okay. The opening was amazing. Do you know how to join on an iPad? You know what? I have to look that up on Google because it's part of Google in the subscriptions. Just see when you're on the iPad to click on it and see if that works when to join or if it takes you to something else. I don't really know that answer, but I'm going to write that down. Super impressed. Lori must be cringing. I love that she had to listen to that first. We know they go first anyways, but I love that they went first. Because she'll bring the snark. It's too bad though that Lori gets the break before doing hers, because I feel like she would have been more riled up doing it right after. Abby says, really appreciate Miss Linda and all of our true crime community for going through this together. Yes, nice to see you. Thank you. Justice for Charles. Remember the drama in Chad Daybell's with the kids lying on the stand and all that? At least this one, you know, I feel like emotionally, while we all watch it, it's still emotional. But I feel like we don't have to hear the extreme gruesome details like we had to with Tylee and JJ. Because some of that gets pretty tough to hear, and that's just us. Imagine the families, but Dog Defender says, I'm worried she's a little flat. You know how court is theater. I worry her calm may go against her. I think she's quite she's fairly detailed. I don't want to say quite detailed. I still think she has a presence about her, and I think she's working that. But at least we don't have to, and I love the trio in, like you guys were saying, in Chad's. But at least we don't have to hear about cheesy eggs for a while through jury selection. You know, I've noticed a couple things about this pool party in the last year that there's no talk about it. Even in like other, not even the courtroom here, it's just other details that there's no longer talk about the pool party. She bought flip-flops that morning. There are a few parts that were good, but she had a long time to prepare that statement. I was expecting it to be better. Fair. I'm going to rate that juror 3. Tasing Joe should be mentioned. Yeah, Joseph Ryan and Alex. I'm happy to see you too. I'm okay. I'm doing okay. I can't wait. I can't wait for the jurors to see her smirking and smiling of the High Neighbor clip. That's great. I love that. Can't wait for that. Can you leave it on after your son comes home until it ends, but in another room? Oh yeah, what's gonna happen is we're not changing anything about the stream. I'm just gonna zip while the stream's on, go grab my boy, come back, and be back on camera. And while I'm waiting in the car, I'm gonna just be on chat like I did before. So you'll see me in the chat room while I wait, and then come back, and we'll be good to go. I would crack up if Lori went my cousin Vinny for her opening statement says everything that guys say is BS. That's such a good show. My cousin Vinny is so good. the Ute. Remember that when he says he calls youth Ute? My dad's like that. My dad can't say the at all because of his accent. So I say to dad, say three trees, and he goes, tree trees. Yeah, and Juliet made a fair point. Trina had a tough job. She had to make sense of all Lolo's insanity. Imagine that, having to decipher all that and put it in one statement. The link, hang on a minute, let me think. I'm gonna see if I can grab it for you. Here we go. Okay, some of them are like it went one ear and out the other with her, okay? Well, God bless you. Some days are better than others. I started college in a couple weeks ago. And that actually helped my tummy, is what I really wanted it for, was for my stomach. And it's helped a lot. But I do feel like I've aged. If you see my beginning video with the yellow wall in the chair, I look different. I have like rounder face and whatever. And I just dye my hair, otherwise it would be a lot more gray. I blame it on my children. Yeah, she has time to regroup. Yeah, remember that? Kara says, remember the rando lawyer that came into Chad's? He tried to stop it. And the judge got so mad. When was that? That was around a holiday. Was it Easter? It was something. They were so angry. The pack is back with Linda. Yeah, we have to finish this up. We cannot do this and not finish the trial for Lori and for Brandon Boudreaux next too. If anything, there's no way. I can't handle not finishing something. Thank you so much for being here, you guys. I really appreciate it. It's so nice to do this with you. I wish my sister would respond back with, oh, good. Just trying to figure out how my dad is. Not fun. I hate not knowing what's going on. And anyway, I was gone for the weekend to see my dad. All your play-by-play breakdowns, man, hey? I'm blowing my nose a lot. I'm already allergic to her BS, and she hasn't even spoken yet. I can't wait to see what Lori says. I just hope that it's not when I go pick up my son. Mind you, I'll play it in the car. But this is not the time. I should have said to my son, I think you have a sniffle today. I don't think you should go to school this afternoon. I hope so too. I really do. We'll see what happens in the details. The jury's going to be speechless when they find out about the complete case after the trial. Yeah. Imagine. We'll have to do a zap emoji. Did I write that down for you guys? Oh, maybe we'll see how many I'm allowed to do. Because they give you like I have a list of emojis, but you have to get to certain spot in order to create another one that they allow. We'll see what I can come up with. Shelby, how are you? Nice to see you. I gotta get my I'm basically a detective mug that Shelby got me. It was so sweet. Okay, there's a couple of people that they're saying you guys don't like that she doesn't have passion. Maybe she's trying to be serious. I'd have a lot of hand movements. Talking in court. Probably a couple pointers to Lori. Melissa says, I think she gave something to Joe, some kind of poison to cause a heart attack, kind of like Alex. I think something was weird on that. Thank you, Susan. Lori flirting with the cops is also going to get the jurors. I hope they do that early. I hope they show the body cam footage of Lori beside the cop car that day when they were asking, and she said that they moved in 2 weeks ago, and she's all smiley because she thought she was $1 million richer. Two Utes. I love that movie. We need to have a night where we go watch it all together. That would be fun. There's 13 men and 3 women. The judge seems to have a lot of patience. Yes, I saw him in one of the hearings, and he does, but I like because he does a little bit of pushback too when needed. Like just the right amount, I feel like. Beck says, I think she did an excellent job with her opening statement. I'm wondering if Chad will or has sent any of his kids down to watch and report back. Who knows? Okay, some of you guys are liking it. The black chair when Linda wore black made Linda look humongous. I can't tell you how many people commented on that. They're like, you look like a sumo wrestler because I had the black chair and I wore black that day, not thinking. And was pretty new to being on camera for my channel. And word to the wise, do not wear black on black. No way to do the court volume. I'm wondering though what will happen is if a lot of people are complaining about the volume online, that maybe tomorrow they'll adjust it. Hey, hi Janet. Linda, what are your plans for the channel after the 2 trials? Good question. I'm not sure. There's still quite a few trials to do this year. So I'll do those. And then I'll do some maybe deeper videos rather than so many updates because I find that's where I get burnt out. But we don't know. It just depends kind of in the news too, right? What happens? Charles always popped out in my pics, yes. And the crazy thing is it would always be like when you guys go back to my videos and you watch them, you'll see the times that I'm talking about him, he pops up. It's the weirdest, like neatest thing, but at the same time, there is all kinds of crazy things that would happen when I talk about Charles. Back in the saddle like you never missed a day. Thank you, because I don't feel like that. When I first started today, I had the jitters, kind of like I haven't done a live stream in a while. My stomach kind of felt nervous, like I was about to go on stage, like I used to when I used to do stage, like plays and whatever. I used to perform in music and all that. So I kind of had the jitters like that, going, what? Why am I so nervous? But it's been a while. Oh yeah, I'm sure Lori, there'll be snark for sure. Professionalism versus wild card will be a stark difference. I can't wait. Thank you. Whatever she's going to say is going to be crazy. Still on break, yep. I am watching this with you guys for the full 6 weeks. If it takes 6 weeks. We have until May 9th. And unless there's some days that may take me away, if something changes with my father, then I'll have to figure that out, even if I stream and can't be there all the time or something. I don't know. But other than that, the plan is to be 6 weeks and then we have Fridays off. So, and I wrote down the times. So kind of weird that'd be 11:30 start for me, really. It's 10:30. Missing a couple hours like what we're used to in Chad Daybell when it was an all day 8 hours. But then I can take care of myself in the morning and then stream. Because last time my back got super sore just sitting in this chair, but I could do my workouts and whatever. Yeah, I could take off the lapidity emojis. You're right. We could use a zap emoji for anything. Yeah, court started a little late. We do have a half-hour delay, but I think it even then, and then we had a sidebar, which was some time too. Yes, I am part Italian. I'm most Italian. We talk about the hands all the time. It's like one of these, like this, all the time. Yeah, we've been through with Shelby, 2 babies now, her being pregnant. She's 4.5. That's bananas. That's crazy. Yeah, I saw the flirting. I don't know how she gets away with it. She's one of these things. There's a girl that I used to go to school with. And when she was talking to us girls, it would just be like this. But there's one guy she used to always like be enthralled with. And her voice would go like 3 octaves higher whenever she was around and sounded like Lori. And she'd go, "Hi, Robbie," like that, like really breathy. And she used to sit in front of me in class, and she would like go like this with her hair like this over the desk all the time. So I see this blonde hair all over my desk behind me all the time. And she wore the Body Shop. Do you guys have Body Shop in the States? I probably do, right? The Body Shop peach perfume, like the peach oil perfume. And you could smell her from like the front of the school to the back of the school. So she'd always do like one of these. And funny enough, the guy that she always used to like be breathy and flirty and girly with, I actually saw him, I think it was a year ago, on the dating app. And he had a quick chat. He's like, "Oh my gosh, nice to see you, whatever. Weird that you're the first person I saw on the app." And then, I mean, we didn't meet up for coffee or anything, but it was funny. But she used to do that with her hair, and it drove me absolutely bananas. It drove me nuts. Rigor mortis. Remember that? There was always one of those girls. No, like legit, you could smell her all the way down her, like, oh. Karen, nice to see you. I did hear about Charles was dating. He was moving on because remember, he actually filed for divorce and then he was stopping the filing. And then Lori moved to Arizona for a bit because she had to get her finances in order. But to Charles, he's thinking she's rekindling. That was April. I think that was April. And then getting finances in order and then came back. And then we know the rest. So I did know about the dating. Scissors. It's not great when you are dating to talk about your ex. Don't know what you mean. There is in Calgary right now a guy that's been on the dating apps that's been a warning to women because my niece sent it to me. Let me read it to you guys. This guy is creepy. My niece sent it and I had heard of it and she sent me a screenshot because this is like serious stuff. And why not? Let's talk about it since it's crime. Yeah, this dude's name is Andy. And he is a convicted murderer who's active on dating sites in the Calgary area. And he's continued to take jobs as a community support worker and youth support worker despite having a record. And back in 2007, he strangled a woman and hid her body in the bushes in Vancouver, British Columbia, was later found and then charged and convicted, and he only served 7 years for his crime. And then he's on these dating apps. My understanding was in his 40s, and he's trying to date women. And he was, I guess, intimate with a woman. Something happened. He didn't like it, and he lost his mind over it and killed her. And then he's back on the dating apps, is what the news says. Let's see if I can find it. I'm spilling the tea. He's in Calgary. It was circulating, so I don't know. Anyway, there's some creepy people. As much true crime that I pay attention to, there's no way I'm going on a dating app. Heck, I'm struggling just to decide date again. Yeah, well, it's been an adventure. Let's just say that. Good question. I should probably do a little video on this guy. Even if it's just a short clip. I don't think there's a time limit. I'm not sure. That's a good question, but I don't think so. Yeah, I should probably put a big do a video on this guy just to, as a, what do you call it? Public awareness. That it's actually proven. Aw, that's so very sweet. Thank you. Public service announcement. That's it, you guys. I'll get some info on it. The video that I did last week, 2 weeks ago, describing what happened with my little boy and myself, it actually happened a few months ago. But it was at that point that I felt like I needed to put that out there to get it out in order to move forward on my channel. There's just some weird stuff with that guy. So I'm okay now. It was just a couple months ago, but I had to tell it. And A, for awareness, B, that's what happened, and yeah, okay, I'll see what I can find on the guy. The hard part in Canada is it's hard to find information, but I think with it circulating among women that we'd be able to get even just the gist of it. How much do you talk to your son about all these cases? None, other than, a weirdo in real life or whatever, but I don't talk about the gruesome stuff. My kiddos know that I follow true crime, and they're getting older and asking questions, and it's so hard to be honest with them. Yeah, no, I think awareness is really important. In Calgary, there is what's called Calgary Stampede. You might have heard of it. And the Calgary Stampede has a ton of people. And so I'll say things like, I've only been once in maybe 10 years or 15 years because there's so many people down there. But I do say to him, like, you keep close. If if you're not going to listen, we're not going to stay, kind of thing. So I'll give him some heads up on that, but I don't dive in and tell him about these cases and what I do. He knows my channel's on true crime, but that's it. I know, I can't get over Lori thinks she's going home. Yeah. Yeah, you guys make me laugh too. And things have been a lot better. I had a little bit of rough go. My friend passed away in December, I'm sorry. January was his funeral. And so I was on the mend, and then this weekend I had a little bit of an emergency with my dad. So I'm just kind of keeping in contact with my cajillion siblings. I only have 3. But that's so true. I'll have to do it. And this little guy, I have to figure out where he should go too for Ryan Stuka. I gotta go take him now somewhere. Now it's getting nice out. I want to go put him somewhere so somebody else can find him and spread the word. I've had him too long. I gotta spread it. I don't know if you watch Ghost Adventures, but one of the guy's wife is accused of hired murder. Ooh, interesting. No, I haven't. No, I didn't get a new cat. Remember, Jada? No more pets for me. I can't handle it. I get too sad. Oh, right. That was part of the Dateline episode, wasn't it? That maybe she could be on a contestant with Dancing the Stars. I'll show you can be a contestant of. Jada died. When I say it was a rough 6 months there, it was a rough 6 months. Really bad. Really, 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 really bad. Oh, that's a nice idea to go to Canmore. Maybe I'll do that. So I wonder what time when they're going to start officially. I'll have to go probably in the next maybe 10 or 20 minutes. And then I'll be gone for a little bit and then come back, but I'll still be streaming. Dancing with the Stars, Red Rum edition. No kidding. All right. Well, we'll see what she comes back. I really do. I know I said this earlier, but I really felt like I wish they didn't do a lunch hour because I would have wanted Lori to not have a chance to calm down. I would want to have taken that info and let her be miffed and then let the people, the jurors, see that instead of she gets the break. And I don't like that, but we have lots of time in 6 weeks to see her go down. So it's technically 1:30 there. Sorry, it's 1:20 there. They should be starting soon there, but then it's a half an hour from that. Judge said in 11 minutes, but then a half an hour from that. She gets to walk around. She just has to have a stun belt on. It was a little dog that kept me going into the chasm. I'm alive because of her. I lost my dog, dad, and brother in a short time. Consider opening your heart again. Yeah, there was a lot. There was just a lot going on. And then the weird things with that coffee shop creep. That really did do something. People did not take that video very well that I put out. But they forget that we deal with people every single day. If that guy was a creep, that guy was a creep. I don't say everybody is a creep. That guy was super creepy. If you haven't seen it, I did the coffee shop video where I was working on my computer because sometimes I like to get out of the house. And I was working and this guy was creepy as heck and I made a video. And people are like, are you mentally stable? Why it makes you think he's a creep? I know what a creep looks like. Everybody can feel it. Everybody has their own creepy encounters, whether they're men or women or whatever. Sometimes children are creepy. So anyways, I did that and that was quite a few months ago. That actually ended up in October happening. But it took me some time to process and whatever. It was just really, really freaking creepy. And the guy's eyes, when I think about his eyes, it doesn't sit well with me. So oh, that's so nice. Glad to have you here. It's fun. $2.50 for me. So I'll probably go pretty soon to go get a parking spot. Then I can be sitting here and then my boy will get out soon after that. So I'll have to listen while I'm driving. I feel like intuition is so disregarded, even though it turns out to be so accurate. It is so accurate. If you just go by gut, it's super accurate. What's crazy is something in my gut in November told me I need to get some of the Christmas shopping done or whatever. I don't know why. I just had this urge. So I went and got it done, which is never me in November. And then December, I was sick, I think, for 6 weeks. And my friend died. And it was just like, that's it. I give up. I give up. I'm not going to push anything. Like, I was working and this and that and whatever. And I just like, that's it. So, yeah, it does change. I think the thing is, too, honestly, is when you see that creep and he was videoing me, I had this internal struggle because it was also like, well, wait a minute. I'm on camera all the time. But the difference is, I didn't give him permission to do that. Like, even when I go work out at my gym, I don't work out at a gym where people can, like, film each other and be influencers, you know? I'm more private that way, which is funny because here I am with 230 some thousand subscribers and, you know, people view my stuff all the time. It's a different thing. And I'm still private. Like, even when I go out, you know, out or on a date or whatever, I'm not the girl to go, oh, let's take a picture. You know, like that kind of thing. I'm just not that way. So, and I value my privacy too. Again, it's weird. So when you have somebody who comes in and he had black eyes like Letitia, it looked like he already had just come from somewhere and did something bad. So when I went to the police station, I'm thinking to myself, well, what if he did something? Or what if he's on their radar and they don't know where he is? Or, you know, because he was that creepy. And anyway, it creeped me. So, and it was quite some time where it spooked me, this guy. It just was weird. And again, with my son 2 days before that, had an encounter too. Not to say that the guy 2 days before was doing them, but my son felt it, I felt it, and he didn't know I felt it. And I didn't know he felt it until later. So it was just weird. And there's weird people. There's always weird people every day. So I'm used to at a certain level, but when something's over the top, then I feel like I need to do something about it, where you tell somebody, what if that guy was really into 13-year-olds or 9-year-olds or 2-year-olds or whatever, and he did something and they were on the cops' radar and I knew his last location. You don't know. Rebecca, am I going to cover the Brian Koberger case? I've done some Brian Koberger videos. I'll have to get up to speed on what's going on, and I need to find out when the trial is. Is it still this year, or is it going to be in 2026? My cafe video, I'll give you the... I know it's kind of been crazy of things that's happened. Right here. I just did it on March 27th. I'll give it to you guys so you can take a look and see kind of what happened. His eyes were terrible. Like, I still think about them and I just cringe. If anybody reminds you of Dr. Letitia Stoke, that's funny. Thank you. You know what? I just thought if I could put it out there and somebody can watch it and realize, okay, there's things that's happened, be on the lookout, whatever, then, you know, I even said to the police officers, you have children? What if he was filming with your child? What if he does that? You don't know. And the guy's so full of it, saying, "Oh, I was just grabbing a coffee and some food for my children and my wife." Like, okay, whatever. Or it was his wife. I found out later he had children, and it's just like, no. Yeah, see, you trust your gut. And so I said that to my son. So I think being in true crime world also makes us more paranoid and vigilant. Yes, I agree, but I like vigilant, yes, maybe paranoid, yes. But I've been doing this for 5+ years. You guys seen what, 2 videos about a creepy person from me in 5 years? It's like I'm not being over dramatic. You know what I mean? I know you're not saying that. I'm just saying in general, like I think about these things and it's like, yeah, on some level we're hyper vigilant and maybe we're like, oh my God, this happened to whatever. But on the other hand, this is the reality that there's more than we even know around. And like in the States, you guys can see all the offenders on a map. We don't have that I know of. We don't have that. So I don't know who this dude is. I just know he sat down and he stared at me. And then he grabbed his phone and like recorded. So it was like, ugh, what else do you have on there? It's just gross. It's just gross. Will I explain the dinosaur? This little guy is Ryan Stuka is a Canadian boy, young man, and he went missing on a ski hill that he worked at. So he lived in Edmonton, Alberta, and he went to Whistler, British Columbia, and I'm sorry, Sun Peaks Resort. And on February 17th, 2018, he was a young man, 20 years old. He went out one night, hung out with his friends, went to a house party, and never made it home. And it was like a 5-minute walk. And his friends were there too. There is some weirdness about that. It was a ton of snow that night, and it was a blizzard, and nobody saw him again. Nothing. No body, no tracks, no anything. There was a report of somebody saying, "Get in the car." But other than that, nobody knows what happened to Ryan. And his mom is amazing. My legs are tingling right now. His mom's amazing. She wrote a book. She's been a huge advocate for her son, Ryan, and they can't find her. So this is called the Stukasaurus. And people leave it all over the world to spread awareness because they have his little tag of what happened to him and like to go and spread the word. So I was eating dinner one day with my sister, and I said to her, I would like to find a case that I could really dive into and talk about, and something, near to my heart and whatever. And I had remembered his, but out of nowhere, my sister walks in and she goes, this is the case you can do. And she found it outside. And I went, oh, that's so weird. We were just talking about it. Earlier that day, I was folding dinosaur pajamas or something like for my son. And then it turns out that I had this. And so I did Ryan's case. And there's a couple other synchronicities too that happened, which was kind of neat. So now I got to go pass it on. I did a video on him. You can check that out. And then I leave it somewhere for somebody else to find, and then they can repeat it. And what's really cool is they have a map of all the little dinosaurs and where they are. I think that's so neat. August 2025 looks like I'm going to be a big bit busy. Oh, August. Yeah, August 2025. Okay. And this is a good point. So here's what happens though. I can see how we overthink stuff because our minds might be like, oh my gosh, I just saw this on TV, right? I think what happens is people who know that I do this automatically think I'm overreacting because I do this. But if they know me, they know it has to be at a certain level for me to really not like it. You know what I mean? Um, just because we're in that doesn't mean we're being ridiculous. Sometimes that's what gets you into trouble is not thinking it can happen to you, and then it happens to you. Oh yes, I knew what you meant. I knew you didn't mean it anyways. I know you. So yeah, we're good. We're good. Oh, awesome. Thanks so much. Thank you. Yeah, trusting your intuition doesn't mean that you're hurting this individual, it means you're trying to be wise. The weird thing is after I reported him and I found out who he was without slandering him or anything, I didn't even contact him. I brought the information to the police. He changed his Facebook profile to his wife and children with him, and he had never changed it in like 5 to 10 years or something like that. And I thought that is super strange after the cops contacted him. I didn't like it. And it's too bad because the cops phoned him instead of paid him a visit. Well, what do you think he's going to say? And the cop's like, well, he just said he was just getting a sandwich. I said, oh, yeah? Does the guy point a video camera at me the whole time, too? And act like a creep when he's getting food? Or even, I said to the owners, I was like, do you recognize him? He said, no, he's creepy. And I'm like, yeah, he is. They thought he was just an odd duck. And then two other gentlemen saw me in there and said, what was that all about? Like they said, you look, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm not. And they said, that guy was weird. Like, yeah, he is. And if a guy's saying he's weird, about another guy's weird. Linda, are you keeping up with the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni lawsuit? No, I read a little bit about that. But I know it's kind of like a, what show? A crap show. Yeah. It's a crime because red flags when they're in front of your face, you can't ignore them like people who don't see the flags. And that's the thing. And it's just like, you just get a feeling. And even my son, he rarely, doesn't, he's not like that. And that day he's like, Mom, it didn't feel right. I had to stay in a stall because this guy was being weird. And he just knew, his gut knew. So I taught him, like, you are born with an alarm system, a personal alarm system, and you have to trust it. If something doesn't feel right, it doesn't feel right, and you're right. Whether it's this big or that big or whatever, it's not. How many times, whether you're a man or woman and dating either gender, how many times your gut's like, my gut doesn't feel right about it, and then it ends up being right, and you're like, I shouldn't have dated that person because my gut told me that in the beginning. Well, and I'll tell you, maybe I shouldn't. Let's just say this. Sometimes when you go on dates, if your gut's like, why is he talking about that? Why is he doing this? Why is this? Why is that? And it really is like there's something not right. You're 100% right. Don't go to another date. Just that. And it's so oh, Shiloh, nice to see you. Thank you. I love seeing you guys. See, Victoria? Yeah, don't marry them. Oh, you guys, the stories I could tell on the dating adventures for the last almost 3 years. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go zip to go grab my child. She should be coming on pretty quick. How do I do this? Actually, I might stay a little bit longer. I'll stay a little bit longer, make sure this is on properly, and then go. My alarm keeps coming on just because it says, okay, you got to go get your kid. But we're still okay. I've missed you too. Now, I'm just thinking how I can do this. Um, bring that down. Yeah, I feel like I should wait a little bit longer. It should be on pretty quick. And then I'll go grab my kid. Yeah, court should be happening right soon, and I'm going to be playing it. And then I'll probably do a full screen, go zip, come back, and I'll be on chat so you guys can talk to me. I've already given my son the heads up of where to be when I come pick him up. I wish I could control the stream from my phone on there. I guess I might be able to, but yeah, there's a lot of thinking involved. No, we're on live still. But don't forget, Nate Eaton is in court. So he's in the courtroom. So we're still on a half an hour delay for it. My kid's obviously important, but my kid's not out of school yet. It's just I have to poach a parking spot. And so I've already talked to my son. He's my number one priority. He knows. Let me see. I am going to see if I can do this. Okay, this might solve things. Okay, we're gonna have to figure that out for tomorrow on that part, but I still can do it the old-fashioned way. And okay, I am gonna write a comment. Sorry, guys, I'm thinking out loud. Might take me a minute. Okay, guys, I'm going to see you in a bit. I'm going to be off cam and figuring it out. See you in a bit.
room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Can I grab a tissue?
Yes.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. Evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffitt, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inklin asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inklin. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler Police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
Objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they are alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. If I may go get him.
All right, sir, you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in right here.
W-I-E-R-Z-B-I-C-K-I.
And your first name?
I-R-W-I.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're going to have a seat up here.
Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name's Sergeant Erwin Wurzbicki. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I had 10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in Beat 18,
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600,
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
That was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I
What
was,
did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department, back then, did they have body-worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
And you're saying it was 1760, so I pulled a picture to see if I could get.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you and Officer Krautheim handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands as what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yes, the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes,
So you're able to tell that tell dispatch to tell the person to come out.
yes,
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
yes.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes,
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
Okay. When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
We gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside
Yes,
and you went into the house.
yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that, and just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty,
So no furniture?
no furniture, yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes.
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
No.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to,
Would you have done that if you believed that would have helped him?
absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Okay. Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
Yes or no question?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually, no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And so if you can just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Two is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may. Also right there.
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing
Yes, ma'am.
that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
That the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
But you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around,
No.
no ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes,
Because they're documenting it.
yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I have a paralegal that goes up to the officer to review as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of 2 different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall, no. I don't believe I did.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall, no.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene, and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
It's Sergeant. Where's Vicky? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I used those words, but he seemed very calm, yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No,
No. You put your hand on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
yes,
Did you perform CPR?
no,
No. Why not?
because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol
To what?
to perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and/or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet? Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct, when you entered into the house?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes,
So around 8:51, perhaps?
possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes,
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
yes,
On top of the gunshot wound?
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were, after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes.
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while, or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I believe that day was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella?
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffat that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay. What about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay. One time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is
Yes.
that what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving?
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
Just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. That's my
Detective
understanding.
Duncan? I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions, or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
I was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is
Yes.
that correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it when did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes,
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 PM on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 PM. It was
Or
done
by 4 p.m.?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Dear baby Jesus, help us all for 6 weeks. Help us all.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes,
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb.
Yes, ma'am.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No,
Is the body basically a crime scene?
yes,
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG, heart monitors, and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes,
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes,
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
no,
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes,
If I may have my paralegal provide me with a copy of the CAD report.
you want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes,
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 PM.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes,
Why is it done that way?
Just, I mean, because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes,
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
yes,
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to the sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please write it on the provided form. I'm not seeing any questions come down. You can step down, sir. All right, state can call its next witness.
Thank you. And if I may go get them.
The judge, his facial expressions are awesome. He's probably like, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me."
All right, go ahead and have a seat over here to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Were you working patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information. And then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Wisby?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body-worn camera.
And back then, where was your body-worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera's actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you are talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Wisbicki do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did.
What exit did he come out of?
At the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No,
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
no.
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No,
Any type of jitters?
no,
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
no.
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
She's literally being haunted right now. Literally haunted right now.
We can fix that.
What is that? He's thinking it too. He's like, paranormal stuff going on.
Alex Cox patting or rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel.
Yes,
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment, and you thought, oh, he better get treatment, he's so bad off?
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
She's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There was a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera footage or camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct. Yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't. The orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
so they could respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there was no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody, so yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air?
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no?
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Worsbicky went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
The fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
And who is that other officer there?
That's Officer Wizbeski. Sorry, I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter. Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around like people just walk up to you and ask me what's going on. And got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to keep it as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention,
I did.
and he declined it.
He refused.
are those?
That's Lori Vallow and her daughter.
So when you said across the street, we just saw a red SUV. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
So at this point, did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes.
And who did you believe she was?
His wife.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes.
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
Yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
Looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. And I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the firemen kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes,
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire's going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
We see something in Officer Becky's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do a inner and then an outer perimeter.
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter and ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes,
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact-finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
Okay. So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes,
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
yes, he has the same type.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact-finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood. So we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene?
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
And are you still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Okay.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. You guys are all right.
You could turn up the volume.
Okay. Let me just get do you have a driver's license? Quick, yeah, I can just grab it. Thank you. L-O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for?
Noreen.
Noreen. N-O. V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori? 755?
5452.
You know, not in Santan, this is your home?
Right,
Gotcha,
right.
okay.
We just moved in here.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here?
I'm sorry?
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Are you working at all?
No.
Okay. And you still about 5'6"? 20.
Did you also get biographical information from teenager?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let's stop it now. After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Okay. Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Yes.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox for a significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. Didn't ask. We just talked about things not related to this at all. Just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
And did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Here we go. Am I lighter than 120 pounds?
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the
correct?
time, yes.
At the time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You mentioned about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he's also, you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but I think he did.
But you stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the scene itself, was it chaotic?
No.
Were people running around screaming?
No.
Were people running in and out of the front door?
No.
What the heck just happened? What just happened? It just stopped. Maybe she got zapped. Maybe she got zapped and they're like, oh, we gotta cut that part out. Maybe Charles zapped her. She might, maybe. What just happened? It just cut off. Okay, we're waiting. What happened? She got stabbed by Charles. I don't know. If something happened, anybody can help? What just happened? I knew Charles is gonna bring it this week. Good job, buddy. What just happened? No, it... Okay, I'm gonna make a note for myself here. Maybe we could figure this out of something tomorrow. It'll come back. Hang on, guys. Won't be court. It wouldn't be court without having a couple screw ups, right?
AI is not here to fire you. It's here to make.
No. Hang on, guys.
No.
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
No.
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
Correct, he did not.
And you didn't supply any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there, next to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
Hang on.
Kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid. Just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
Is she talking about this again?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
Here we
I
go.
guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. correct?
Objection to compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you.
Objection.
Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there were lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency, police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things are there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds,
Okay.
maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house,
I was.
and you were with him basically that whole time till he
Yes.
got into the police car?
Yes,
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he express,
Hold on. When
Sorry?
there's an objection.
I'm sorry,
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
did he express to you that he kind of felt out of it because he hit?
Hearsay.
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think what was the end of my workday that day, but
I need to find the best way to learn math and science. It's brilliant.
o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No.
So So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
It is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inklin, in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with him, yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one?
Sergeant,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD, so I'd have to look at that, and I don't know. 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes,
No other officers?
correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me from recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to, so it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department,
it is.
correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
So Detective Moffat took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house, or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, you said they got into a domestic fight consisted.
Objection.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
What was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection.
Hold on.
Hearsay.
That's
Improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask questions of what Alex said.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No. That's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
I did.
Correct. Okay. And how did you obtain that information?
Your Honor.
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
I don't know if he was
correct?
a neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah, I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right. But they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Juror 15? Juror 15? Is that your phone on the?
Okay, we're on a short break. Oh my goodness.
Students with ADHD save 10 hours.
Hang on. All right, so court's on break. Let's just put this. So we'll double do it. All right, this is crazy because I love the Lori's like, so I could park, I had to park at that spot or whatever, and he's like, no, the street was long. You can park anywhere. The street is long. What was the other one? I wasn't standing at the back of his head on Alex. There's some good lines, and you can see the judge actually roll his eyes over at Lori. So we have what do you say, 15-minute break? And they go till 4:30 p.m., which will be another half an hour. So we'll have, what, 15 minutes after that? Does that sound right? The judge needs a brandy with his coffee. He's probably spiking it as we speak, like, oh, man. What do you guys think so far? We're only on day 1, you guys. It is not even a full day. She is a joke. All the court staff is doing shots in the chambers. This is a joke. She's a train wreck. She's digging herself in a deeper hole. Grabbing at straws. Yeah, what was with that crazy noise? It's so nice to do this with you too. Yes, no court on Fridays, which is great. This is the same week we started Chad Daybell's trial last year. He's probably thinking there is not enough money in what I'm doing today. So, do you think it's like nonchalant? That's the word you used. Yeah, you know what I find when she was saying questions? And it's like, so yeah. So no then. So yeah. I've noticed that, especially right from the beginning. She had a little bit of snark when she came back from, was it the break? Or it was just when she came back up? Okay, what time they start tomorrow? I have down 10:30 Pacific time, which is 11:30 Mountain, and that's gonna be 1:30 Eastern. 2 hours ahead of me, I think. Yeah. So 12:30 p.m. Eastern, it would start tomorrow. 10:30 Pacific, 11:30 Mountain time. But we still have a little break right now. It did sound like a printer or fax machine or something, didn't it? But everybody was looking like, what is that? I miss you guys too. And thank you. Yeah, it's my birthday Friday, and Landon from Gannon Stokes' mom, we share the same birthday. Good question. I wish that was a little bit more prominent in the opening statements by the prosecution. The police officer looked so spooked by that sound. He's like, where is it coming from? How many witnesses so far? We're only at 2. 2 witnesses, 2 officers. The first one was Sergeant Wisbeski, and that was a lot of talk about nonchalant. And there was no audio on the body cam footage, and I'm not too sure about all that. Lori was being condescending when she was answering with a lot of no's. The second officer is Kraudheim, something like that. I'm gonna have to look it up. It's been a while, you guys. I have the police report somewhere too, in some files. She asked if the crime scene was chaotic, which was interesting. I think that's where we're at. And then it just showed Lori saying, sorry, neighbor. A lot of people think that Lori's the one who shot the second shot. Wait till Kay gets up there. I'll have to go back on it and clip it. And then we can look at that sound. Jenny says, not quite as annoying as John Pryor, but pretty close. Was that a phone vibration? It was interesting. It kind of sounded like a fax or a printer or yeah, like something was set on a printer. If my memory serves me correct. Yeah, me too. Oh, my light's flickering. I don't know if you guys can see that on my face. Oh, the question on the lady with the gown. Did you see the neighbor who came to me in a nightgown or something? Who came to talk to me in a nightgown? Yeah. Oh, there's the light again. It's flashing. Thank you. Oh, it's your birthday too. Happy birthday. I was wondering if I had to stream on Friday or not. Well, it'll be interesting. And I like at the very end, just a few minutes ago, that prosecution's starting to pepper the objections. Of course. But it's good. There was another thing that they were mentioning. Let's see if I wrote it down. Yeah, that was interesting that Lori was, remember I was talking earlier about the dates? And she said Alex died 5 months almost to the day that Charles did. Did you notice that? It was a cell phone ringtone buzzing on a table near the audio equipment. Interesting. Yeah, that was weird. Already? The judge is like, I gotta do this for another 6 weeks. Help us all. Yeah, it did freak him out. He wasn't sure what that was. And then it just cut off. I don't know what that was about either. Okay, let's see. They're getting ready.
I love Monday.com.
What's Monday.com?
You don't know Monday.com? This is
I hate that they're streaming with ads. Especially because it messes up the creators. Anyway, let's just see. Okay, we still need a minute or so. Yep, Charles's pic is on the background. There he is, right there. When I came in the room this morning to go set up for here, as soon as it was, you know how it usually rotates. As soon as I walked in here, his picture was already on that spot as I walked in. Rob Wood's birthday is, I think, is the same day as I am too. Rob Wood. There we go. Or not. Is Colby's birthday the same as mine? I can't remember. No, I don't think so. Not the same day. I love the hearsay objection, especially because Lori was counting on that information going in. Do you see how many times she tried to go around it? She needed that. Post a work excuse. Sure. What would you like me to say on it? Everybody is so amazing on here. The community, I love the community. We have a lot of fun, like there's times where to be serious and it is serious, and then there's times to keep it lighthearted just to get through it. Oh, there she is, so jovial. Flirting with whoever she can. Yes, Annette, it's on Friday the 11th. And my twin brother as well, but he is out of the country right now. Oh, happy birthday. Portugal, that's awesome. All right, here we go.
Just a couple more things. You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any out-of-court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out-of-court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
But you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police station? Is that correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Nate Moffett, Cassie, I think, my
Is that
sergeant.
Detective Inklin? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
Oh,
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
and that was about how long before you left to go to the police station?
10 minutes maybe.
And how long do you think you were speaking with them?
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
for the briefing?
Yes.
Did you meet with the prosecutor to go over your testimony today?
I did.
When was that?
2 weeks ago, maybe?
How long did that meeting last?
Probably around an hour total.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as well?
I did.
It was not part of your duty to check anything in the perimeter. You weren't looking for evidence. You were just dealing with the shooter. Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route. And then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route? Do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us. He needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me, and I just asked you to go back to your car.
Did you have any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving? Maybe.
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body-worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
Well, overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing him on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Yeah.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And it took less than a minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
Not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute.
If every time you see an ad, you just wanna, hi-ya!
Okay. How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
In miles, probably 8 miles, 10 miles maybe.
How long do you think that took around?
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
And then where did you enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
I don't recollect where I parked. There's various areas you can park at the police department to access the area that I access, so I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk Alex into the police station, is that correct?
Yes,
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
correct.
And then you took him into an interrogation room, is that correct?
Yes,
And then Detective Moffett took over.
yes.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear. Okay. Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But did you saw Detective Moffett there?
Yes.
And you saw Detective Inkland there?
I don't remember Inkland. I just remember Moffett relieved me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
So soon?
The beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
Yes.
Had you just shot someone?
No.
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
As far as I know, no.
How about Officer Wiz? You said he was nonchalant and calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
No.
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
Correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes.
Still nonchalant and calm?
Yes.
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Are you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
The latter, just answering questions to the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
You were asked about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct.
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point?
Correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes,
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
yes,
The towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
yes,
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
no,
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
yes,
So if we want to really know how long it was that he was seated before he touched his head, we could watch the time on the body cam, right?
yes,
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
yes,
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
yes,
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
Does that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was at 8:36 a.m.?
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived, and we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Where's Biggie, who got here around, or got there around 8:41?
Yes,
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene and talking to Lori Vallow and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass them down at this time.
All right. One thing to note too is when they were transported to the police station, they said it was one of the most bizarre transfers ever. So I hope that they talk about that. We'll see what's happening. Yeah, I hope that they talk about that it was just a very bizarre transport.
Just one question, and I don't know if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back out?
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene to help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
No other questions?
Did the defendant have any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to hand me that? Thank you. All right. You can call your next witness.
Wash the dishes like a Bosch with
The judge is already tired, yeah.
Podium here and be sworn in by my clerk.
Can you spell your name for the record?
Scott, S-C-O-T-T,
Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you.
All right, you're gonna come up this little ramp, have a seat right here.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Scott Cowden,
And where do you work?
Chandler Fire Department,
How long have you worked there?
almost 26 years.
And talk to you a little bit about what firefighters do. Do you just respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
What kind of training do you have to work as a firefighter and deal with medical calls?
When you're hired, you're going to go through an academy that will certify you as a state firefighter. Typically, you're going to already be certified as an EMT. And then during the course of your career, I went to paramedic school and graduated from that in probably 2007.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a paramedic and an EMT?
EMT would just be kind of the more basic kind of entry level position. Paramedic is more advanced, so you have more advanced training. There's more advanced skills that you could perform. Some of our equipment would only be able to be used and utilized and performed by a paramedic.
As both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes.
And Can you tell us, have you ever been a CPR instructor yourself?
Yes, I was a CPR instructor for probably over 12 years.
Was that for other firefighters?
I was certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified. Every 2 years, you have to have that certification recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body. You're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse, you confirm that just by checking for a pulse, and you don't feel that, the heart isn't beating, and you would need to start chest compressions.
What is the point of that, of doing those chest compressions? You said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't know what maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but
when you are called to a scene, are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions?
That I might see
After a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes. So you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that it might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR, you'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I guess.
And this is something that you have felt multiple times in doing CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, that to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think they've caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
This is so bizarre. Like it, I've never seen it do this, just go black like that. Okay, this is so weird because whenever I now move to chat, it's deleting it. And the weird thing is I've been streaming for 6.5 hours, almost, and it hasn't done that, and now it's doing that. That's so weird. I can see that the stream is stopping, but you see how it's blacking out even to go on? That's so weird. Yeah. I think it's going to be like this every day. There's going to be something. Charles is probably like, if I hear Lori say nonchalant one more time, I'm going to shut the whole place down. Or the judge is like, oh, can we just shut this now? Because I need to go to sleep. Because it'd be 4:30 their time, but it would still technically have 20 minutes to go. That was so weird. I'm sure you could see me going like this, like, what's happening? Oh, now my leg's numb. I don't know what happened. That's so weird. Okay, let's see.
With the PTI on our computer screen, which would be coming from our fire department dispatch. And then we have the ability to also listen on the radio to the PD channels. And so we can hear communication between the officers that are getting on scene and then the PD dispatch. And they also communicated that at some point in time.
When you entered the house, was there an officer already inside?
I believe there was an officer inside with Captain Keller.
And did you observe anyone giving the patient CPR?
No.
Can you tell us what you saw when you first entered the house?
You walked in the front door, just kind of a little entryway, and it kind of, I feel like it stepped down into maybe a formal kind of family room or something, but it was empty with no furniture anywhere in the room. That jumped out at first because it makes it easier. Like sometimes we're on scenes where a patient could be between a bed and a closet and you got to move them somewhere. So those thoughts are already kind of in your mind that you may have to move a patient just to have better access, and that was not a challenge here.
Did you notice any blood on the scene?
Not until I saw it on the patient's chest, but I didn't see it in the room. It wasn't something that I was going to need to avoid kneeling in to do CPR, avoid standing in, walking around. There's 4 of us. We probably had at least 4 boxes of equipment in there. So we didn't have to worry about where we placed this stuff in terms of blood.
Have you been to scenes where there's a large pool of blood around the patient that you're trying to not step in, kneel in, get in?
Yes.
You told us that you saw blood on the patient. Do you recall seeing any blood pooling in his chest, neck area?
I don't recall it pooling. He still had clothes on, a shirt on, and so it had been absorbing some blood.
I'll show you an admitted exhibit number 3. Do you recall ever seeing this pooling of blood around his neck there?
I don't recall that.
Okay. When you first saw the patient, what was your first impression?
That he's lying there unresponsive. You're not seeing any signs of life. You don't see somebody that's maybe moaning from an injury, moving, no spontaneous breathing. What was your question again?
Just your first impressions of him as you are walking in and you're looking at him and assessing him.
Yeah, I guess that would be sufficient for my answer.
Did you think that he could be deceased?
It's definitely was a possibility. There was no, like I said, no obvious signs of life.
When you got into the room, did someone begin performing CPR on him?
So when I got to Charles' side, I would have performed a more detailed assessment, so to speak, rather than what I was seeing visually. So you're checking for responsiveness. You can move the patient. You're going to check for a pulse. Now you're closer to the chest. You're looking for breathing, seeing if you see the chest rise and fall. And we would call him unresponsive and pulseless and apneic. Apneic meaning not breathing. And then I would have started CPR.
So he wasn't breathing, he had no pulse, he wasn't moving, there were no signs of life.
Correct.
You told us that you had received information that someone had been doing CPR prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact your view of the patient and your decision-making on what you should do next when you see this patient that is lifeless?
I mean, it makes you think that there's increased likelihood that of survival possibly, until we can, starting CPR is still appropriate to do, and then we can utilize some of our rest of our equipment. We can put an EKG machine on. We can actually see what the heart is doing. We can look at the rhythm. We wouldn't want to call a patient before like taking some additional steps.
Okay. Who performed CPR?
I did.
And I'll put up Exhibit 4 here. Do you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
And who are they?
So standing to the left is Captain Keller. He's documenting. Standing to the right is firefighter Kaczynski. And then kneeling down back towards us is myself. And then kneeling down where you're pointing is firefighter Fife.
When you first began performing CPR, can you tell us what you felt?
So at first I didn't see a depression that would typically be left from somebody else previously doing compressions. So I thought that was odd considering the information we had en route. I started doing compressions. I felt that initial crack and crunch for probably the first couple of compressions that, again, you would typically feel when you're first starting compressions and if you're going hard enough and deep enough.
How long did you do CPR before you evaluated and utilized any other means to see if he might still be alive, savable?
If I had to estimate, I think I was probably doing CPR, chest compressions for at least a minute. It probably took them at least 30 seconds to a minute to maybe get in to the house where I was after I entered. They've got to set down that equipment and get some of that out. So I feel like at least a minute is a fair assessment.
What happened next? Is there some way to check his heart to see if there's
Right.
activity, or what do you do?
Yes, so I was doing chest compressions. I remember mentioning, because there's bullet holes going through them, so I remember mentioning to firefighter Kaczynski when she went to cut the shirt to not cut through a bullet hole. So she kind of went along the side. That's exposing the chest, so that way then we can put our heart monitor and perform an EKG on Charles to kind of see what his rhythm is doing. A person can typically still do chest compressions while they're doing that, and they can kind of work around you. But at some point in time, you're going to have to stop. That way you can just look at what the machine is showing you and telling you.
Was there any heart activity when you put on those EKG?
No, it was what we would call asystole, and it's just a flat line on the screen. There's no electrical activity of the heart.
At some point, you said you saw gunshot wounds. Do you recall how many you saw in the front there?
I saw 2.
Do you ever look to see if there's exit wounds?
We did roll him. I seem to recall and remember that we rolled him my way. I feel like the other 2 firefighters were then on that other side. Firefighter Kaczynski, who's the one that's standing up, I feel like she had a better view of what those looked like since he was rolled my way. But I remember her commenting that there was 2 wounds on that backside of the patient.
So when you say he was rolled towards you, he's rolled towards this mirror over here?
Correct.
Okay. When you had stopped doing the CPR to roll him and he goes back, did you notice the depression in his chest now?
After I resumed CPR, yes. It makes it kind of easier to find your landmark. So it's something that you typically look for.
So it was not there when you first started CPR,
Correct.
but it was after you had performed it.
Correct.
Do you wear gloves when you do this?
Yes.
Did you have blood on your gloves after you were doing CPR?
Yes.
You told us that when you first arrived, there was not much concern for having to navigate around blood that might be pooling around the victim, correct?
Correct.
After you had been doing CPR, was there more blood now around the patient?
There was definitely more on his chest. More was coming out of the wounds, specifically the one on the chest, from what I recall. The shirt isn't necessarily there to absorb it anymore. We've removed it. I can't recall necessarily on the ground, like where I might have been kneeling, but
When you first arrived, did you see any blood exiting the abdomen wound?
I did not.
As you were at this scene, you guys did the EKG. There was no heart activity. What do you do after that?
At some point in time, we just kind of have to look at patient viability, and we're just looking at the facts and how he's kind of presenting. And we're considering time that we've already been on scene, time, staging, responding, all of that. And we ultimately, we do have offlines that we follow for different types of medical calls. And we felt that he fell into that category of not being viable and that we could call him on scene.
Now, you talked about you were not staged very far away, correct?
Correct.
Were you staged very long before you pulled up?
I felt like we might have been there for at least a couple of minutes.
Okay. When the patient was rolled, did anyone notice anything about, or did you notice anything about his skin that made you also question perhaps how long it had been since he had been shot?
Yes, it was pointed out because I didn't have a good view of that backside, the skin color, some modeling. There's changes in the skin color that are starting to occur from
The technical difficulties has been interesting today.
Let's get along together.
It was just simply the fact that what I saw on the chest when I first looked at it before I started CPR, and then what I felt during my first couple of chest compressions.
After you guys rolled him, saw the modeling and the lividity, was any further CPR performed?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. When did you call this then?
Say that again.
When did you call it? When did you stop performing CPR?
So I don't remember with 100% certainty if I feel like, from what I recall, I'm performing chest compressions. the shirt's going to be cut off. We're exposing the patient, rolling, looking for more wounds and injuries, confirming what we see on the back, pointing that out to Captain Keller so he can document it, rolling back down, resuming CPR, monitors going on, stopping again to look at what the monitor's saying, resuming again to then have a brief discussion based on, okay, what we found, what are we thinking, where does he kind of fall?
Ultimately, did you guys terminate any treatment at about 8:48 a.m.?
If that's what's on the documentation, I would agree with that. I know we responded in the morning. It was our shift starts at 8 a.m. This was our first call. I don't remember if you said earlier what time we were dispatched or not, or just established the date.
If my paralegal could approach with the charting, would looking at the charting help you refresh your recollection as to when you guys ended any life-saving means?
So it looks like our dispatch is 8:37. Looks like we might have made patient contact at 8:45. I know the dispatch screen that will have like times of responding and things like that might have an appropriate time on it also that I'm not seeing right here though, but I'm still looking. So I see our first monitored rhythm as the asystole, like I said, that date time, I see it. ROSC or turn of spontaneous circulation, no, so that would probably be the appropriate time.
After, well, let me say, so does it seem about right that you were with this patient for maybe 3 or so minutes? Actively working?
Actively working, I think probably close to 5 minutes.
And once he's called, what do you do at the scene? What do you do with all your equipment?
So once he's called, it's kind of a PD scene now. So we're gonna leave the body. We're gonna gather up what we can, our equipment. Sometimes there's some stuff we might need to leave behind that's necessary to leave on the patient. But
So like the EKG monitors that are stuck on him, you leave those on him?
yeah, we can disconnect those, exactly, and bring the cables with us.
Okay. When you told us when you arrived that you noticed a individual with a police officer near the driveway.
Correct.
Did you see that same person still outside when you exited?
Yes.
Did you notice any bleeding or obvious injuries to that person?
No.
Did you make an assumption as to who that was?
Yes, our PTI en route said brother or brother-in-law shot brother, so performing CPR, so you're kind of assuming it's that person.
Okay. In terms of his size, is he someone that, you talked about people may not be able to always be strong enough or able to perform CPR in a way to cause the depression or that crunching sound, for lack of a better term. In your experience, what type of people are we talking about for that, where you wouldn't be surprised that you may not have seen that depression or the crunching?
It's typically going to be maybe an elderly population, somebody that's not as big, not as strong, that we might not be able to perform chest compressions hard enough and deep enough. Sometimes if a patient is in a bed, so mattress has give to it, compressions won't be as effective. You want to get him to the floor. Obviously, he was already on the floor, so that aids chest compressions.
Was there anything about this male that you saw when you observed him entering or exiting that made you believe that he had been injured?
No.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that the victim, Charles Vallow, was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to you doing that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
You want me to go now, or it's 4:30? I didn't know if you wanted
How long do you anticipate your cross-examination?
to take a while, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break for the evening then. We'll need you back here tomorrow morning at 10:30.
10:30?
Yes. All right, we'll release the jury at this time for the evening. We will resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
All right, so thank God we didn't have to listen to Lori for tonight. She'll start tomorrow morning then, and we'll have to hear that about CPR and all of that, and whatever she decides to make up in her head for the evening. She's like, I don't know, I want honor, it's 4:30, so. It's like, how long is it gonna take? Forever. It's gonna take forever. So, today we had the start of Lori having a problem with Brandon Boudreau in the courtroom. We had opening statements from both the prosecution and Lori. And we had 3 witnesses. 2 police officers and a firefighter. And we are on day 1 of several. Christine says, do you do CPR nonchalantly? See how it, whenever I change it now, it pulls out the, I don't know what's going on. It's very, very odd. I'm going to have to figure that out. I never did that earlier, but today it's doing that. You are so welcome, you guys. So I'm going to end this here. What I'm going to do is take a little break, have some dinner, figure out a few things on this. Of course, I'm a little rusty, so I'll figure out some of the technical difficulties and try it. Tomorrow we'll start here at probably 15 minutes before trial starts. So 10:15 Pacific. Or maybe even 10. I don't want to do it too long because it makes for a long day. But maybe 15 minutes before, 20 minutes before. No, hang on. We're going to have, okay, so it's 10:30 to 11:30, 11. We're going to start 11 o'clock will be when it starts streaming. So we'll do 15 minutes before. What I'll do is I'll set up the live stream. You should have notifications on. If you don't, be sure to add notifications and all, right? All notifications so that you can get it. Otherwise, if you don't put all, then some will sprinkle and get it, some don't get it. I can also post on the community post, but make sure you get that. And then we can resume tomorrow. We'll see what else happens and we'll go from there. What else? So we'll continue on tomorrow morning, day 2 out of a cajillion. It feels like this is going to be long. And Lori needs to figure out her questions a little bit. So get some good sleep, get some rest, get some snacks ready for tomorrow. Because I think tomorrow we'll start to see, Lori didn't have too much of a chance to really make an ass. She did, but I think tomorrow will be even better. All right, so thank you so much tonight. Thanks for joining me. Thank you to the mods as well in helping. And thank you for your super chats. That keeps me going. And I super appreciate all your support. And new members, regular members, older members, thank you for everything. So we'll see you tomorrow, and I will set that up all tonight. Be sure to check in. Bye.